meth head Joe today.
We get Skip instead.
Hey, Snake Doctor, Cowboy now.
Yeah.
Snake Doctor, what's going on? Cowboy reading the mail.
Hell, that motherfucker's on flat side yesterday. Went over there and started crying about Trump.
Hey, Cowboy, gonna wave at you, man. I heard you call him my name. Even though I heard you call him my name. Cowboy, Atlanta, Georgia. I'm sitting in the middle of a cotton field in a rocket shell. Cowboy reading the mail. Cowboy, goddamn. Hey man, it's a double pleasure talking to you. Hey, tell you sweet thing that happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. We want all the mothers to have a good day, no doubt about it. I wish I could love them, no doubt. But I will bless them by telling the good Lord to give them life and life more abundantly. They call me Cowboy on the backwoods of Atlanta, Georgia. Cowboy, goddamn.
Better get out of that cotton field, you gonna get ran over by that damn cotton picker.
$5 cheeseburger, man, that shit's going up.
Hey, 107, I'm still in the cotton field, man. It's my field. I bought it, and I put it out here, and that's just the way it is. Cowboy, Atlanta, Georgia, in the cotton field, I'm sitting in a rocket ship about tall as a quarter horse, reading the mail, and I'm riding this 29 quarter horse. I got that.
Better get out of that cotton field, you gonna get ran over by the cotton picker.
Hey, 13, boy, you coming there sounding so good. Hey, 13, man, look here. If my audio sound anything like yours, I'll be appreciated. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Hey, 13, Cowboy, wanna know what this audio sound like?
Hey, but you're sounding good there, Cowboy. Sounding real good in this old flex receiver. Hey, Cowboy, take care out there in Atlanta. Tell old Lucky Star we said a great big hello. 1378 out here in Oklahoma City. I'm back in my corner. I'll see you.
Hey, Ken.
Hello, 13. Hello, 13. Let me ease this kind of thing up in your radio.
I already fully retired so I can keep up with it. But anyway, I definitely, 13, you're sounding good. I definitely passed that time. That buffalo will be given to her. Hey, tell your wife, tell all the sweet things to your family and your home. Tell them happy Mother's Day.
Hello, Mr. 450, and that's old man Bill. You sound real good in Georgia, my friend. You're 134.
Thursday coming up as well. Mr. Cowboy with your fine sound radio up here in Oklahoma City. 1378 out here in Oklahoma on this stack set of 4-element quads. I'll see you.
Lord have mercy. 1378. Take care, Cowboy.
Hey, Mr. 13, something on this stack cord. Hey, 134 in Georgia, easing up in your radio, Baker.
Hey, good evening to you, 134. I heard you in there as well. 1378 out here in Oklahoma. I'm back quiet.
10-4, 1378. You take it easy, take care. You're 134 in Georgia. Been there, I'm going.
Tailgate 134, you take care. 1378 out here in Oklahoma on this baby transmitter. 200 bird, I'll see you.
Hey, I gotta get me one of them 200 bird transmitters. I gotta get me one of them. 134, been there and gone. I'll show you out later. I gotta get me one of them big radios too. If you find out where they sell them at, let me know. I gotta get me one of them big radios.
You're right. Body screaming eagle, you out there?
Star. They found it right through your street you're on, Pete.
Yeah, body screaming eagle.
Get a radio check. How about our radio check? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio 1, 2, 3. Something crazy. Watch out. It sounds like the main center is coming someplace near you. Watch out. Come on in between us if you want, buddy. What'd y'all say out there on that ground plane? Break, break, break. Go ahead, radio check, break, break. Just like this lane, that's what you want. Check, that ship got up in there and just goddamn everything went to hell. I heard you down here in the sand pile wanting that radio check.
My wife said, by God, I need to leave while she can get half my money. Jack. Get that door taken off, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, go ahead with the radio check. 134 in Georgia waving.
Nope, I ain't gonna do it. No radio no check.
That ground plane's getting out, man. It's rough and tough. But hello to whoever that was on that ground plane, your 134 in Georgia waving back.
134 out there, you quiet down now. Well, I gotta put a pop knob on your head.
Man, Jordan's got a straight line in here.
Hello around Arkansas. Hello around Arkansas. Your 134 right back. Ten four, bump bump, 73. Hey, how about it, buckshot? Buckshot. It's rough and tough. I'm going to stick my neck out there and key it up one more time. 134, been there and gone.
I think he got shot.
Buckshot, you take it easy, take care. I just heard you out there hollering. I had to holler back.
Come on.
Tell Buckshot he's a mud duck.
Hey, 134, I think Buckshot got shot.
Listen to all that.
Yeah, I got you coming back for 134. Go ahead.
Yeah, come on.
Buckshot gone. Buckshot gone. Buckshot got gone, man. You clean my radio up.
Buckshot's he's a mud duck.
He done got shot. Hey, A134, take care. 1378, I'm back west.
10-4. This ground plane must be doing some damage today. I'm in Georgia. Over here between Snipesville and Broxton, Georgia.
I don't know about that.
Well, I guess he hears something different. All right, I gotta go let these dogs in. I'm back quiet.
Hey, 10-4-7-2-2. I did a lot of work to get here, and I finally got it. And I can keep this cotton picker keyed up all night long. 134 in Georgia is going to say, I see you bye.
243. That 243 got a big radio.
Yeah, he got a big radio.
Waving.
10-4. I gotta ease this ground plane back down, man.
Somebody come on, Dr. Tom, go ahead.
You're 134 reading the mail.
Hey, it looks like y'all might throw away down there in Oklahoma tonight.
Burn that mother down. Burn it all down. They make more of them every day. It's been a while. It has been a while. It's good to hear you.
Yeah, you tell him Dr. Bob said he's a mud duck.
10-4 being a neighbor. Well, you sounded good down there around Georgia. I want to time my luck with this little driver. See if these little 200 watts.
Everybody on 19, somebody called you a mud duck.
This is how we do it. Shut up, Top Gun. Waving AC. Pretty good. Position K9, that's pretty good, Dr.
Damn, driver, you gotta be tired of that road.
Mr. Dog.
Alright, I like that. I like that. Thank you. Audio. There we go. That's up there.
Let me introduce you to another Dr. Boomhauer. Yeah, they call me Dr. Boomhauer.
Audio. Turn it down. What do you think? Audio.
Less is more.
Oh, yeah. There you go. That's better. Hey, you're on that. You're sounding good, my friend. I think your mic's messing up, cornbread. Hey, good night, G. Good night. Talking away from the mic. You're over-modulated. Turn that modulation down some.
He ain't over-modulated. You know better than that.
Yeah, turn that modulation down just a little bit. Nope, that ain't enough. Nope. Modulation right there. Audio. God damn, nail that down. You got it now. We'll teach you how to count to 2 next. Buffalo. Where's that buffalo?
Hey, buffalo, you be out roaming, come on.
Yeah, squeal.
Yeah, there we go. No squeal now, come on.
There you go. No squeal. Hello, Diggy, time around the band. Blackbird, worldwide Blackbird reading the mail, Bird. I don't know where you're at, man, but just feeling good out here in the Midwest, deep in this Artesian Valley. Wild shot of the Mobile, Blackbird, go. Hey there, Wild Child. Conditions are kind of rough and tough right around this 1036, man. I do believe you said you might be down there in the bayou. I'm not sure. Hey, Wild Child, what's your 1020 down there as you're out there roaming around in the Mobile, Blackbird being nosy break? No, get back on that Mobile, Wild Child, Blackbird, standing by. Hey, Wild Child, come up on my radar once again there, big brother. Hey, Wild Child, where are you at right now? What state you in there, Wild Child? Being nosy break. Yeah, 10 Roger, I got you that time there, Wild Child. You down there in the beautiful bayou country. You down there in Louisiana, down there on the beautiful Gulf Coast in that diesel wagon. Wild Child, Blackbird, reading the mail. Blackbird, gone again. Good day, good day. Good evening, time 29 out there, the Black Gold. Hey, 29, I got you from out of Oklahoma. Welcome to the Midwest, Blackbird, stand by, break. Check there, you just need to take care of yourself. You say, boy, I'm right out there in the Black Gold, man. Take it easy, take real good care of your Blackbird, girl. No coincidence, Black Gold. Come on, Black Gold. baked beans. Onions. Anybody out there tell me that radio working? That orange bobtail. That radio's working. You know,
Yeah, it's working.
easy, Dennis. So we're just trying to see where we're stretching out. We down here. No,
Well, it's working here in Oklahoma for sure.
yours is too, Dr. Bob.
Waving in, Highlander.
How you doing these days?
All same old shit every day.
I hear that.
You been doing okay?
Better than I deserve.
I'll do that.
Oklahoma, Blackbird, Midwest, with away we go.
All right, Blackbird, yeah, I got a copy on you too. Sounding good down here in Oklahoma City.
Check there, Dr. Bob. It's still alive since I heard you out there. On Oklahoma in quite a while. Good to hear you, man. I hope everything's well and slow around Oklahoma City. Dr. Bob, there you go. I am.
All right, Blackbird, be safe out there. I'm clear.
Screaming Eagle, hang on for a minute. Let me turn my antenna around so you can hear me.
Good evening time around the Big D, Dallas. Good evening time around Dallas, Texas. Blackbird, Midwest Radio, reading radio, great. Check. Well, you're looking good and sounding good. Come out of the Big D, Dallas. No doubt about it, big brother. Take it easy. Take real good care. Enjoy the rest of your night.
That's a honky cowgirl. For radio check.
Radio's working.
Have a good day. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2. Over.
And now.
Over, Rover.
Over. Over. Close.
Are we having fun yet?
All day. Roger. Over. Hell yeah, all day.
Over. I heard that, over. Hello, Bob. Over.
Hello, Dick. Over.
Hello, everybody. I think I hear you guys swing it over.
78, I hear.
You're hearing things.
Am I hearing things? I thought I was.
Good evening, T.
You've been 1370, 243, Dr. Dog waving.
LG 243. Well, you're sounding good as always.
I'm trying to. You know, it's rough out there, but I'm trying.
You know, if a little pipsqueak like me can get out, you can get out.
I hear you.
Anyway, you take care out there, 243, 1378. I'm waving.
Yeah, I was listening earlier, so I just want to let you know I was sandbagging. Hope the best for you, man.
There's a lot of that going on lately.
1378.
Yes, sir.
Dog's been ignoring us.
I just want to know, 1378, whose ass did you put your foot in?
Well, you faded out on me that time. You just wanted to know what?
Hey, go ahead, audio check. Oh, you're all Southeast Georgia.
Where'd you go, 243?
Oh, I'm right here.
Well, you faded out on me. What'd you say the last time?
At 1378, let me tell you, it's rough down here in Florida right now. It is rough.
Yeah, I'll point a little more down there towards the Sunshine State. So anyway, what did you say a second ago on 243?
And all that stuff.
I was sandbagging earlier, and I heard you.
Oh, I heard that part. What'd you say after that?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to get somebody 10-5 for me.
Oh, hell, you got a memory like mine.
We're talking to you want to know who's ass put your foot in? You don't know what he said. That's what he said.
Thanks, SpongeBob.
Sometimes I put it in my own ass.
I'm just a little mud duck in a big pond. Maybe one day I'll be able to be heard. Anyway, before you fade out, you have a good weekend there coming up, Mr. 243, 1378. I'm back in my corner. I'll see you. Hey, good afternoon or good evening to you, Sheetrock. It's been a while. 1378 waving. Coming up, 1378, Oklahoma. I'll see you.
Blowing through a straw.
I appreciate you getting back down here this way. Go Sheetrock, we standing by Southeast Georgia. So how they go today? Go ahead, Breaker.
Alright, try this again.
Statesboro, Georgia.
Try again. What are we going to try again?
Down here around Statesboro, Georgia.
What are we going to try again?
I'm going to try this local thing again, but Skip's still low.
Here's one.
About 75 miles south. My radio check 19. My radio check. This thing working? Hello. Check. Anybody got a copy on this radio? Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Radio check. Around Statesboro.
Is that the same buckshot there, Bob?
Check. Yes, sir. Statesboro, Georgia. Indiana with a radio check. Hello. This thing working?
Well, I guess Bob went away.
How you doing, buckshot?
Yeah, I don't think so. He's just come out of Kansas. and he's barefooted.
Well, I didn't know if it was the same one or not. All right.
Yeah, I just talked to him about 30 minutes ago. We just got unloaded up to Kansas.
Well, I was on 30 minutes ago. So as the old man would say, he's an imposter. Or what is he doing? He's something a fraud.
Penetrating a frog.
A frog, yeah, that's right.
He's perpetrating fraud.
Last night he kept saying it, and to me it sounded like he was saying perpetrating a frog.
That's what he was saying.
Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one that heard that, Mr. R.
Yeah, it's not perpetrating a fraud, it's penetrating a frog.
Oh, he's penetrating.
Fraud, Joe, on the penetration.
Yeah, the big difference there.
He's frog bumping.
Well, each their own, I reckon.
Frog uglies.
When you're penetrating a frog, it's no different.
Hello, Highlander.
How you doing, 1378?
Radio's working.
Oh, I'm doing good. Just getting ready to turn this stuff off and heard you key up, so I wanted to say hello. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has. How you doing over there?
You know, kicking rocks. That's about it.
I hear you.
Let me turn my antenna around for you.
Well, you sound good as always out here.
All right. How's that, brother? All right. Shit. Hey, let's go.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, what's your point out there? Come on.
Oklahoma City, come on. Come on.
Come on.
Private bull, over.
He's pulling you over?
Nah, he got behind me.
Yeah, don't worry about it. This is red blue. Hell yeah, don't worry about it. Red blue, come on.
It was a pretty good impersonation there, mister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he got off.
Hey, David,
He has a certification trained in vision radar. So he can look at you.
that's off that seat. Just smoky eater, no more. You can let your ass loose that seat now, come on.
Yeah, I don't think I'm on.
He pulls over both. I think the speed.
Alright, y'all have a good evening. I'm going to shut this junk off. We'll catch you again tomorrow.
Have a good evening out there, 13. Have a good evening.
Yeah, but you didn't get no.
You as well, Mr. R. You know who out west. I'm 10-7. I'll see you.
You never got.
You have a good night, 1378 102 said that.
Wow, 102, you climbed up all over that noise. Sounding good. I'll see you.
Yep, you have a good night now. Gunslinger standing by. Yeah, well, you know there are some bad ones, you know that. 102, you can hear your gunslinger, hello?
Good evening to you, Gunslinger.
Howdy.
I caught you between the noise level.
Be out for a minute. I didn't think I was getting out. Come on.
10-4. Yeah, it's kind of noisy tonight. Of course, I like Skip better than listening to the soap opera every night. Anyway, y'all have a good one. I'm 10-7. I'll see you.
Yep, soap opera night. Same old. Anyway, you have a good night. See you tomorrow sometime. Bye-bye.
Like I said, you have a great night out there, 1378. God bless, be safe. We'll talk to you next time. Bye. Money game.
And I'll see you. Thank you. Bye.
There are good ones, don't get me wrong, that are doing their job. And there's other ones that, never can tell. I mean, they're a human being, and what their mindset is, you just can't tell.
Hello, come in.
Hello, come in. Over.
Over.
Gunslinger, audio check. Over, Roger, over.
Insurance companies, this country is getting very greedy in crooked ways. How much China owns of this country? Freeze on it, whatever.
What's that last you? A couple weeks?
Conquer within, and that's what they're doing.
Figure 19. Right at it, But, and now that it's getting warmer, she don't eat like she does in the summer.
Trojan horse.
The Trojan horse, that's right. No doubt about it.
That one bag on the left
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go take some things done.
now, being out summer's coming on, and the hotter it gets, the less she eats. Roadhammer, where you at?
Fisherman, you got that radio on out there? AJ, you said it's good going that way. 10-4.
Texas, top of the Nake Vi Ion, top of the Sheep Rock, 238 in Georgia. Hey, 275, yeah, the numbers is 238, 238.
Chicken head. What you are? Chicken head.
speakerphone. It's a done deal. The radio and something different. That big hole down over here in Who's this? Who? Oh, Roger. Anybody know what lane we need to be in? Oh.
In the right lane.
10-4, thank you, driver. Police chased a minute ago. They get something up there? I don't know. Where was he at? Where did you see him at? I saw him on the west side of the bridge. Down there. 10-4. Yeah, that's about where I seen him. I don't know if they caught him or not, but there's a bunch of action over at that Dollar General. Don't know what he did. There was two pickups that I noticed, a white one and a maroon one. I guess that was one that was chasing. That white pickup was a cop vehicle. Oh, what? Yeah, I had red and blues up in the passenger front windshield. Well, undercover looked like. Oh, we got on the interstate. Broadway. Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, I was on, well,
I was on the east side of, from that Taco Bell when they came through, about caused a wreck.
Well, they can't see the truck lined up. They want to cut in front of the line.
Yeah. So I seen that chase.
Common sense, man. You see the truck is behind the last one. Common sense, man. Keep ahead.
Get ahead. General, there's about 6 cruisers sitting there right now. They got some big old Mexican girl handcuffed in the back of one of them. But I don't know. They've been looking for that Mexican girl. Oh, you too.
You can't put no coffee in it and wreck it, though. That bitch was loud anyway. Hey, how's my radio? I'm over here by the pole now. Is that I? Well, I'm probably 24 fellows less than what I normally am. I'm like Dougie, man, nothing but radio, nothing but radio. What is it? It's about 30 plus. No, somebody came in and said something about 30 plus, and I guess then they disappeared. Where are you at? You got 33 and a third, man. I'm driving down the road here in Central Florida. East Coast of Florida. I think they're wanting. I think that's what they're asking for. You got a radio? Oh, they skipped my radio? Oh, they skipped my radio? Damn, I get just the radio of my truck. No, yeah, good here talking to you, so I'm getting on the radio in the car. You're coming in here like you're sitting right next to me. Yep, you're doing a good job. 2980 said that. Radio Andy, the man with the radios for sale. All time.
007, Detroit, folks.
Got it there, 123, old Papa's murder down here in the sand pile with a wave. Yeah, CK, I probably messed up about 40 chicken wings today. Me and Beagle probably ate 40 chicken wings apiece. Good Lord. 123, I'll catch you later, man. I'm gonna get to this 21. Hope you have a good evening, brother. Happy hump day! I heard you too, man. It sounded good around central east coast of Florida. Somebody broke my square, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Everything's fine.
Hell yeah! Get her done, hell yeah!
Come get some. Come get some. Come on, two dogs. Come get some.
All you gotta do is show up. Just show up. I will give you all you want.
Just show up. Just show up. Come on. Just show up. Come on. Yeah, I'm locked and loaded. Locked and loaded.
Just show up. I'll beat that ass. I'll make you wait here and come to my yard before you stay in your own damn yard. Come on. Get some. Roger.
South Central Pennsylvania, Radio Randy with the radios for sale.
How about you try to...
City, 2980 Pennsylvania.
Boy, that was real fucking smart, you idiot. Seen that fucking lake float way back here.
You want the good news or you want the bad news? Which one you want first? Somebody's running a 102-inch steel whip on their bicycle. Come on. Hell yeah, that ought to work.
Is that it? That's it. That's all, folks.
Yep, that's it. Thank goodness we ain't got to deal with those twinkle toes tonight.
That's what Roger on that twinkle toe.
What happened? Somebody shut his electricity off?
Nah, he was out here yesterday. Wore himself out again.
Yeah, he's recuperating. I think he made it to about 11 last night. he is pretty much wiped out.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The real Caucasian, and I'm standing by.
He was trying to cook lobster for some young girl when I came through last night.
That motherfucker ain't got no damn lobster. All he does is talk shit to all these women around here. Every time he hears a woman, dude, he fucking nuts out.
Yeah, he gets plumb obnoxious with them. I thought he liked boys anyway. Why is he talking to the women like that?
'Cause he likes the boys.
He likes to watch them young black boys on videos doing that sexual delivery, you know what I mean?
Hey, this dude's so retarded. I don't know. I'm sure he gets a head check. I told that goofy bastard I seen what he was looking at on his phone. He was looking up at gay nigga porn. That motherfucker come unglued, dude, was threatening me, all kind of shit. He gonna sue me, all kinds of crap. And he did not deny any of it. And I was just bullshitting him.
Yeah, he was gonna prosecute you. I think he was taking a glance at a Macaulay Culkin, kind of like old Michael Jackson used to. Ain't no doubt. Worldwide.
Yeah, I don't know. Guy's fucking fruitcake.
Yeah, that a young lady you was talking to last night, she ain't but 28 years old, and her boyfriend was sitting there. And he's stupid. Spiking it?
He's busy playing video games.
Of course, I'm worldwide. I'd been her boyfriend. I'd have got on that radio. I'd have fucking straightened his ass out. You can't straighten him out, though. He's too stupid for that.
Yeah, well, you know. They can talk all that bullshit they want on that radio. But I ain't seen them say anything in person.
How are you there? Conditions must have true. He don't come around anybody. He knows that he's gonna have to do some tucking his tail and hauling ass. Said he'd been out to swap me looking for me. I bet there's somebody ain't never been to Mary's flea market.
We probably don't even know how to get to that motherfucker.
And I don't know. First time I told him to come out there, I didn't call him out. I told him to come out there and I'd share some barbecued ribs with him.
Hell, that goofy bastard didn't even know where Western or some shit was, Main Street. Didn't even know where that motherfucker was at here a while back. And then he's over here bragging about being from Connecticut and shit. Was yesterday, I think I heard him. He's on Flatside yelling that bullshit.
I like it when he gets on in the middle of the night and starts shadow boxing in the mirror. Cracks me up.
Hell yeah. Every other word is, fuck you, motherfucker.
Yeah, I think he done a burn out in his front yard one time. He never even knew it.
He don't go outside. Hell, I seen pictures of it. And people drove. I didn't go over there myself. I just got sent a picture. And you could see it. But the grass was just laid down.
Hell yeah, I seen that too. Boy, I tell you what. If he had 10% of the heart that his ass puts him in on fighting, he might be interested.
Well, The hell, that wasn't on their property anyways. That was on city property. That was on the corner easement. That's pretty much almost all that yard.
A picture of him up in his yard.
I'd like to seen him when he was in his Delta Force outfit the other day. That shit was hilarious as hell. Motherfucker all blacked out in the middle of the freaking day. The sun's still up.
That was Johnny Cash costume. Old Navy he worked at.
His Johnny Cash costume.
Gary Cash. I whoop your ass.
Yeah, I just got out of Folsom Prison.
Gary was just a baby. His mama told him, son, you're gonna take some memories up in between your buns.
You don't stop sucking that dick, boy, you're gonna lose your woman. I like to talk, which I think she's dead, but I like to talk to his ex-wife for 5 minutes.
Always be a real black man and always be doing fine.
Wah, 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 wah.
Yeah, I hear you crying way out there. I hear you crying way out there, crybaby.
He's stuck on Milkbone's penis.
Give me some audio.
It just gets me, man, how he just trips out when a woman gets on the radio. I mean, he loses all self-control.
Hell, his ex-wife kicked him to the curb. So, you know, he got fucked over. Well, he probably did something. That's why she kicked he's probably an alcoholic for a long time. That's probably why she told him to get the fuck on.
With his attitude and demeanor, I bet you he was one of them wife beaters. Yo,
Damn it. Man, I was watching some of this shit. That Jeffrey Epstein crap. That James O'Keefe went undercover. Well, he didn't. He had these undercover people with video cameras. Caught this guy that was with the royal family and all that shit. Said Prince Andrew was banging underage girls.
in Chesterfield, Michigan. Whatever happened to that dude just go around town over there on Robinson, videoing women and stuff? I heard he got caught doing some of that shit himself.
About
Oh, yeah, the video vigilante guy.
Yeah, I ain't heard of him in 3 or 4 years.
is where the weak are killed in.
I don't know, but he was got into doing drones and stuff. Somebody may have beat his brakes off. Yeah, they don't call that Robinson anymore. Well, they might now, but they used to call it Hoberson. Everything I ever seen over there looked dangerous. It looked like it might be packing something contagious. Got that halter top on and belly hanging over down to their knees.
Ho mules, ho mules.
PB, what's that stand for? Putin Champ Bitch? You can kiss my dick ball, though. You'll come over here when hell freezes over. I don't have anything to say about it.
Anyway, as the sun sets in the west, and the skip, the long-distance radio communications dies here in the state of Michigan. 73 to all from VFO Radio, Chesterfield Township, also known as New Baltimore on Lake and St. Clair.
Alright, everybody, when they start running these goddamn Hodgies off the road and into the woods, alright, everybody, get together. I done got me 3 of them personally. Finally, prove it.
Not a discriminator.
good back across 80 if y'all going that way.
Yeah, the Martian fingered them.
The guy who played the Martian, though, he lived a long time, didn't he? Them motherfuckers knew way back that goddamn lane was a fucking 44 only. Don't let them goddamn plastic motherfuckers in.
One, two, one, two, one, two. One, two, one, two.
More come down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 1.
And you're starting to your Mickey. Yeah, you're getting out. You're getting out. See?
1, 1, 1, 1. Audio. 1, 1, 1, 1. One, 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 one.
Yeah, come on.
Hell yeah. Waving ahead over and over. Right back at you.
Good evening to you out there on Channel 19. Good evening.
Waving ahead 102.
How you doing tonight, brother?
Hell, I just sat here relaxing, thinking about drinking me a beer.
Well, that's right. Have one for me, folks.
Roger, Dodger. I'm just talking about it. I ain't shit.
Well, you just have a good night. Be safe, okay?
Roger that. Back at you.
For like 4 days there, just a couple days ago. All of our life, she never had hair, you know.
Dr. Bob been in there this evening.
Too bad she never had any kids. All that firepower and didn't push out any babies. Too bad.
Good evening to you there, Guns. Gunslinger, what you up to tonight?
Yeah, Linda Run said it was the same way. He had to adopt a couple of tackle benders. Yeah, all that firepower and no kids. Yeah.
Well, I've been cleaning up my truck, and I'm done, and I'm just going to sit back and have me a cold Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, Gunslinger, I barely hear you out there. You're down in that hole again. But 102 says hello. You have a good night. Be safe. We'll talk to you next time.
Hey, boy, have a good one. Be safe.
I don't know, having no kids ain't a bad thing. Look at me, I don't have no kids. I always wanted to have 100 of them so I can make me a Godzilla, my wife being Japanese.
I always banged women for kids. I've had 12 pregnancies and 7 lives. Yeah, I'm an honest fucker. Ready on the right nut, ready on the left nut, fire for maximum effect. My first wife was 17, I was 23. Had 3 kids by her. And I had a previous girlfriend, I engaged to her, I had 2 CB gals knocked up at the same time. Gee.
Fucking drunken retard now.
Pedophile. Pedophile is when you play around with a young female that is not menstruating. As far as I'm concerned, women come in 3 ages. Before they can have kids, while they can have kids, and after they can't have kids. 3 ages. The state of Michigan could put you in a lot of trouble if they're under the age of 13. Even if they've gone on the rag, it's age 9. You look at these young ladies these days, they're starting their periods at age 9. You know, at the time of the American Revolution, half the people were 16 years old and younger. If you're a female that was 15, we're getting pretty long in the tooth. Yeah, you need to be jumped and bred at age 15. And that's the problem these days. You just don't have enough, they treat getting knocked up like it's a disease. That's why they're closing down all these grade schools.
I think they're talking about pedophiles that are younger than 13.
Yes, younger than 13, state of Michigan, yeah. Age consent in the state of Michigan is 17. Yeah, they got different rates. They recognize human nature. And if a young lady's 13 and she's got an 18-year-old boyfriend and the parents don't like it, there's not a damn thing the state can do about it. Unless she complains and says she was taken advantage of, it's ladies' choice, women's choice in this state. Just about everywhere, they recognize the need to breed. You can call anything a pedophile. That's like everybody's a motherfucker and everybody's a pedophile. I'm a pedophile because my first wife was 17. I tell you, that was some, Debbie Lynn Duncan, that was some damn great pussy. Old ring tight, let me tell you. When we were banging, I only weighed about 160 pounds. Our bellies would stick together like a couple of suction cups. Wouldn't work that way with me now. If it's old enough to bleed, it's old enough to breed.
Repo. Boiling a ham and pulling the bone out don't count.
I don't know, everybody's got his choice. They pick it up. Myself, I'm just a blonde-haired, blue-eyed kraut. Yeah, it would be difficult, I'm sure. I love that in Dr. Strangelove. A ratio of 10 women for every man. I don't know. Paul ain't got no kids. He's never had. Yeah, everybody's got his own story. It's not like it used to be. When back in the day, before the 1950s, most people lived on farms and there was no TV. All you had to do is fucking have a lot of kids. You needed them. Yeah, just think, if we didn't have 145 million people in this country at the beginning of World War II, put 15 million men into uniform, can you imagine if we had to do that today?
Barely 1/3 of draft age males would even qualify to go into the service these days. They're a bunch of fat, useless fucks. I always do that. I talk to myself all the time. I enjoy myself immensely. This is VFO Radio up here at near between 21 and 23 Mile Road here in Chesterfield. Chesterfield Township has become more and more populated. Same zip code as New Baltimore. And yes, when I moved in here, everybody put down New Baltimore. When I moved in here in 1999, you used Chesterfield because it's got its own. I love it. I like it. We like to hear more of it. Hey, post office, you say Baltimore. That'd be like 26 miles. That's 26 mile. Yeah, it's, no, I'm just off of Jefferson and Sugarbush. Yeah, this is VFO Radio.
Oh, Tennessee's coming in. Everybody should go switch to
I think I heard some long-distance radio stations, and this is Chesterfield, Michigan, here on Lake St. Clair, 94, about 10 miles north of the Detroit border.
Nope, sounding good in my tunes there over here.
Roger that, man, roger that. I don't hear anything on the horizontal. The sun is going down. As the days get longer in the northern hemisphere, I need to look at the vertical part of this beam. It's got a good stable reflection though. Yeah, I don't know what my forward gain is on it. But I'm going to have to pull a little beam maintenance later on this summer.
How about Nutball, you copy OJ? No copy on that Mudball. Was calling somebody or somebody was calling whatever. Oh, I'm sending it away your way, buddy. That's Roger. All the police on that warrant, please fly the fuck out that car like this.
You got a copy up there?
Hey, I resemble that.
You missed it. No, my neighbor having a temper tantrum. Yeah, well, what are you doing? Are you addicted to it, or are you dying from it, though, with the weed diabetes?
I smoke it, and I'm proud. I used to be alone in a crowd. Now he's a burnout, she's a burnout, they're a burnout.
Hopefully I took care of the amp problem in my radio. I had 3 times I had to open up the radio. They were hidden in the speakers. Yeah, never could figure that out, smoking dope. Remember standing in line there at my graduation from Lincoln Park High School in 1969, and one of the guys that graduated opened the robe, and he had a bag of grass there. Not me. I've never had a drink in my life, much less smoke a dope cigarette. But I've known lots of people that do. Had a lot of girls. It's a free country. You're free to fuck yourself up and mad as hell and shit. Go ahead and smoke up, boy.
Well, dope is something you put on a pipe. Pipe dope.
Hiding inside the speaker.
Marijuana.
Yeah.
It's smoked for medicinal purposes. Other than that, you know,
This dope they're selling today, just about anywhere that dope that they're selling in these, man, all you gotta do is get within 100 feet of somebody smoking that, and man, that stuff is so strong. You know, it's not for everybody either. There's a lot of bad schizophrenia going on from people smoking dope. Do it in different ways, but yeah, well, it's better than throwing people in jail over it. Yeah, you can't stop people from doing what they want to do, yeah, as long as it's not costing anybody else any money.
this is his brain on alcohol.
Yeah, about it, Smoking Joe, about that Smoking Joe.
People like that, they don't know it's good for people with Parkinson's and epilepsy and stuff like that, because it knocks their seizures down, stops the shaking. When you shake all your life, when you get a chance where you don't shake, you love that. Yes, you do. So I don't know what it is you fool over there with fun cream, you know, sucking all that alcohol there, you got yourself warm. Thinking it causes more problems. No, it eases a lot of problems. Takes care of a lot of diseases. I'm not a child. Get the picture there, you old drunk? Yeah, but alcohol don't do anything for anybody. Maybe clean the skin. Get a shot. Use alcohol. Come on, man, with that 20 right there, come on. But, you know, it's a free country and it's legal, so you can smoke it, you can drink it. You can point at a lot of different things. Good and bad effects. But not me. I'm a big chicken. My whole life, I was raised in a household where nobody drank or smoked cigarettes. And there wasn't no religious conviction or anything like that. It just wasn't logical. Here I am, 74 years old, looking back on it all and looking at all the stuff that's happened in my life, and yeah, I'm glad I've never done anything like that. But that's my own personal choice. Like I said, I'm not against anybody. It's not costing me any money. You don't get a withdrawal from marijuana. This is your brain on drugs. They never did say that about smoking marijuana. That commercial that was on TV in the late 60s, when the midnight special was on, no, that had nothing to do with pot. I did like the culture, though. I mean, when you look at the balance of things, there's been a lot of good music written by people indulging in that kind of stuff. And I can't say I'm not a predator. I had a number of girlfriends who liked to drink. You'd fuck them hard when they were drunk, and then the next morning when they were sober, you'd fuck them again. Feel like having two women and one. I'm a fucking moron, man. You can't get any dumber than I am. No, you can't get any dumber than me. Yeah, I'm pretty out there. I'm really zoned. I know how it was. You know, my dad was a steel worker downriver. I started Rhett's electronics school when I was 15. Went to night school at Rhett's, had my electronics degree when I graduated from high school, started at Burroughs on premises electronics technician. Ended up at the Cross Company for 26 years, a controls technician. Been a lot of conduit, run a lot of wire. Then I ended up in American Access for the rest of my working career as a UAW electrician. 12 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week. Paid off my FICA, my Social Security, every year I was working, except for 2 years. 2 years of my working career. Got to retire at 62. Married to a Macomb County Sheriff's Officer, my last marriage. I'm a fucking moron, man. I am so ignorant. I'm a retard.
Yeah, I'm listening to you up here in Oklahoma. You don't have to tell anybody how big a retard you are. I can hear you and I can figure that out real quick.
Yeah, it's tough going through life being a working idiot. I tell you what, if I wasn't working...
My radio is too Dixie cups.
Yeah, I was trying to think the same thing. If I wasn't working 12 hours...
Yeah, just listening to him talk, you can tell he's a retard, you know it.
Yeah, is he talking? He's going to walk up and hand it to you.
I think he's talking to himself. He's just talking to be talking. You know, that's how them there retards are.
That's what big buddies do.
Yeah, he's talking to talk back there. He can hear himself.
Yeah, out there in California, how long have you been a retard?
Okay, yeah, the person trying to comment there, I apologize. I'm getting S-Signs. There's a lot of skip in there and everything. I'm on my vertical antenna right now, Mr. Coyley. Everything's good. Yeah, the days are getting longer. The boats are in the water. Getting ready to do some scuba diving here. What I like to do is put about a 35-foot rope off the back of the big boat, or even a little boat, and let the wind blow the boat along and hold on to the rope at the end. And he just likes to blow.
That's what he said he likes to do.
I think it'd be funny to do him out in the middle of the ocean.
Just to drop your plow anchor in the front, let just kick back for a while, let it drag the bottom, and then jump in the water with your tank on, and then find your anchor, and then follow that plow. Follow that plow that the anchor's plowed along the bottom, and then it stirs things up. You get a lot of bass out there, a lot of bass in Lake St. Clair. They're all over the place. You only get so many summers and so many springs.
Yeah, you're not really joking, are you? You really are a retard.
No, come on, baby.
Hey, don't feel bad. We got one or two of them up here in Oklahoma. I know we got one retard, but you sound a lot like him.
You're playing around in the bunker. Do a couple of things down here. Anyway, this is VFO Radio here in Chesterfield Township.
That is one of the sharpest things in the world, you know.
Hey, well, I thought he was out in California. He's in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Eventually it will put on.
Hey, yeah, come on, boy.
Wave my hand over at 394. Wave my hand, bud.
That way.
Chesterfield Township, and you know, there's an interesting story about that. There's
Yeah, I heard you in there 394. You wasn't real loud, but I heard you.
it's called Chesterfield, England, because between the years 80 and 100 AD, England is.
Chesterfield used to be a cigarette, too.
The Romans were in England there about that time. They were in England for 400 years. They pulled out in 400 AD. Some of the richer families stayed behind.
Hell yeah. I seen a Chevy Spark. It's a little bitty car. They put a big block in it, 8.8 liter. And I think it's like the fastest one of them.
I found that interesting because I was looking up. I was wondering why.
They did like 9.999 something, whatever, 7, whatever. About 137 miles an hour or some shit.
I'm a lonely kind of guy too. I like to talk to myself all the time. My dog listens. My wing.
Hell yeah, his dog listens. Come on.
Yeah, you hear that idiot out there in Wisconsin?
Yes, Nick. Does your dog listen?
Sometimes.
VFO station, radio station, Victor Frank Oscar.
He's sitting there talking about women and stuff. He said he was a retard. He really is a retarded son of a bitch.
Blue transmitter out of a...
Was he on the west side?
Rewound.
Well, he says in Wisconsin.
Zero beat it. I had a heat-form receiver. And I would zero beat it on the channel that I was going to talk to.
It's trying to be like a radio jack, right?
I would drift off frequency, and they would go, "Where did you go, VFO?" And that's how I got the handle. Yeah. Now, with phase lock loop and more modern radios, you don't really have to worry about that much. Anyway, in Chesterfield Township. Rolling fort on a field. Well, unfortunately, he has a pretty good thing.
Alrighty then. He talks to himself and he's got a VFO.
How are you today, little motherfucking cracker hillbilly? Oh, yeah, there's some of the shit you've been saying.
Oh, yeah.
Waving ninja. 35.
Wait a minute. What? They say you got some ninjas out there. What are they, some kung fu fighting motherfuckers?
Putting some of the hash in the trash in the back ain't kicking.
Hey there, Ducky. What you doing there, brother? You okay?
Yeah, I'm reading the mail. Pretty crazy tonight.
Is that reading the female?
Yeah. Smell your finger when you're done.
I am. Mailers on top of my garage right now.
What's on top of your garage?
Mailers.
Oh, nice.
One's named Drake, by the way, that is.
I'm pretty sure. Are they decoys?
They come here every year. It's hilarious.
That's cool. Ninja.
I didn't hear the low drawn out guy there.
Waving ninja from Woodchuck.
Hey, Woodchuck, good hearing you, no doubt, man.
Come again?
Hey, good hearing hearing you, no doubt. Anyway, no, I just, yeah, for the past week, these guys have been on top of my garage. Yeah, I've had it every year for the past, I lived here, what, 9 years? Every year. It's pretty funny.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, male and female, no doubt a mated pair.
Yep, it's male, female.
One. We marry or not.
How about at 44? You got a copy? Hey, 44, you're making a trip to Central Illinois.
3 weeks or so. And they'll hang out in there and watch themselves and
Hey, 44, I think you said Pennsylvania?
Pretty cool.
Pennsylvania, trigger waving a hand.
If you throw something at them, do they duck?
oh, I don't even bother them. You know that.
I trying to throw a joke in there. Duck, give goose.
Man, you talk about some big-ass crates, you know, we got some big-ass crates over here.
I remember reading in grade school, but the point is they, in that town, they built, all the houses for the nest, and if the storms will come and nest on your house, good luck.
Yeah, but did you know a pelican can hold more food in his beak than his belly can?
Well, that's pretty cool.
Well, I'm hoping so. No doubt about it. Hell, Lord knows they need some good luck.
What the fuck?
No doubt, Duck.
Yeah, make sure you play the lottery then. You're lucky.
Yep, the score is Tigers. It's 6-6.
What's 3-3?
Well, it's 6-6 right now.
Oh, shit, I forgot about the Tiger game, man. Oh, fuck, thank you.
Yeah, but don't add a 6 to that.
That'd be quad 6. I mean 66, triple 6.
Right. Devil smart.
Dun dun dun. There's a lyric in the Bible for that, I believe. Woe to the beast, or something like that.
My Bible says the Tigers win.
But that's what his handle was, wasn't it? My Bible says thou should not be a rat bastard.
Stop, brother.
What's going on?
How much?
Living. He's what I miss out here, believe it or not.
About that
Very much when he was out here with Dum Dum Tom.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, he used to drive a red van around. He was one. He did it for a living. Did electronics for a living. And he was one of the smartest people out here on electronics, man. He used to fix caveman's radio once in a while for him. Radio don't sound right. Let me have it. Dum Dum Tom.
You called him dum-dum, but he really was smart.
Yep, we called him Dum Dum Tom, and he was real smart, yep. And it was funny, he kind of looked like Chris Farley and everything, with the blonde hair and everything, and he had that red spot in the middle of his face, right?
radio.
Yeah, he passed away a long time ago.
Wonder if they have CBs in heaven.
Probably do. They probably don't need one. They just holler out, right?
Well, I remember dreaming that people had these antennas on their cars that were like Bluetooth. That's the only way they can talk to them. Notice I didn't say that.
I worked at this one place, and we worked on these one little parts for almost a year, man. And the time we got done working on them things, I was building houses with it in my dreams.
I believe that one.
Little aluminum parts with scallops on each side. Some counter bores and, you know, the holes drilled in it, angle and shit. Well, and several come back. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it all means something.
Oh, yeah.
Get an end drawing of it. Small little piece of pipe. Take a breath, it works parking lot, set up a base antenna out of a parking lot, shoot some skit.
Yep. Who was it? Five used to have one that was a tower that laid that down into the bed of his truck, and he'd pull it up, and then hit a button and it would raise up in the air.
Yeah, that's nice setup there.
Unless you hadn't getting out of your bushes.
Say 73 right back.
He says he hears me all the time down there in Florida.
That's cool. Yep.
He hears you too, he said. Remember 5, right?
Yep, I remember 5, yep.
Bubba's kid was 960, right? Yep. His kid still listens, he don't talk. It was hard to get a hold of him if he don't talk, right?
Yeah, my son don't want nothing to do with this shit.
Well, he's got a family and kids now. When he used to be on it before, he didn't have no family or kids. Him and Caboose used to ride over here on their bicycles.
And war. Goes back in some days, eh, Popeye?
Yeah.
Hey, Popeye, whatever happened to Johnny Big Stick?
I think he run him off.
Why? He didn't do any harm. That's wrong, picking on that guy. He didn't do any wrong to nobody. He came out here, talked for a little bit, and went away.
Adios.
I didn't mind Johnny Big Stick.
I didn't either.
I talk to him all the time, matter of fact.
It's pretty bold what it did to him.
I agree. Whatever it was, I don't know what it was, but I'm sure it was pretty shitty. 185 diesel car, Virginia, bump on.
He also ran off Bubble Eye Ernie, too, two-wheeler. Two-wheeler. Bubble Eye Ernie, yeah. That's what I called him. His real name was Ernie. His handle was two-wheeler. Wore a beat bomb hat all the time. He had a big black beard. Yep. And he had those bubble eyes that stuck out of his face. That's why I called him that, Bubble Eye. He's living out of state now.
the amp. That old redhead that he got off of Sam, I think it was. And he brought it in to have it fixed, and the guy kept it.
Really?
You know, nice, what was that, 12 tuber or something like that.
Oh, that got had, did he?
It was the one that Sam burned a hole in his thumb on. I know that.
Don't touch this cat. Those fuckers are pretty bad. Better just touch this cat before you touch it too.
Well, he didn't touch the tubes. He just laid his hand on top of the doggone amp, and it went right through.
Oh, he got an arc shot. Ow. It sounds like he got arc burn. Clear on it. Turn off the black weapon ass. If you're not in it, 100%.
Oh, what it was, the top of it was so close to the top of the tubes.
There you are.
You know, whatever, how many animals they had in it.
I bet you everything's right too. All you know is all the
That's just how in the world do they get all those animals in there? As tall as a football field. He goes, oh, they use animal DNA. I said, how'd they get the DNA out with what needle?
Exactly.
Yeah, my nephew was kind of weird.
Going arcade.
No, my brother Dave, he's like a step older than me. They put that red dot there, you know, they think it's a third eye. Yeah, Dodge Park should be a lot of, there should be a lot of ducks there because they always dodge all the time by ducking.
Lots of ducking.
The Wicked Witch, Renee, her name was, 16 Mile in Dodge Park over there by the school. That's where she lived.
Now, why you going down and set up? It's pretty quiet out here this evening. Well, I guess I'm not around anymore.
Oh, this I was back in the 80s. She was young. Cute girl too, man. Yeah, that was back in the late 80s and stuff. But yep. And then there was a couple other people, that Pollock Bob and another guy, Paul. They talked over there.
Yeah, I was out there back then. Yeah, I remember that.
I don't hear my cousins anymore. It's been a while since I heard them. Big Al and Bugman, remember them?
No, I'm not sure. Where do they live?
They lived in Madison Heights.
I used to be Thumper. We used to have like the night parties with a couple that was in Royal Oak, and we went there to meet before a break party. And I swear to God, I went to the bathroom, and there was nothing but cockroaches all over the fucking place once you turn the lights on.
That's when you wish you had your doggone cowboy boots on, because you can kill cockroaches right in the corner with them.
When I looked at her name was Linda. I remember her handle, but her name was Linda. I just looked at her, I walked out of the bathroom.
Where about you out there?
But man, that was just crazy to me. I've never seen a cockroach in my life until I was, what, 24, 22 years old? Something like that.
Right lane for driver. Them drivers are scared to death of big monsters. They can't get out of that middle. I've been enjoying it, that's for sure.
Well, ain't that sweet. I think I know why old Knucklehead wants to go to Cuba. They just found a Chinese spy bullshit going on over there. I mean, it's like right now happening.
Found a what?
China's got a spy deal going on in Cuba. They said they can listen to shit 8,000 miles around in a circle right there. Yeah, they're wanting to know why in the hell the DHS and all them, and everybody's in panic mode right at the moment.
Hell, he'll get over there and go listen to your live stream over there.
What?
Hell, 8,000 miles, he'll go over there and go listen to your live stream talking to us over there.
Well, they were as tall as a Great Dane, but they had like a pit bull head. I don't know if they were mad. They were real tall, real super tall, but their head looked just like a pit bull.
What do they got going on there? About 6 o'clock,
Some kind of spy or something.
Then we did this house for this one lady.
Yeah, come on.
Somebody out there come back to me, man. It's rough and tough on the flat side. Old chicken, man. Carolina's old chicken, man, with the heat and the time wave. Yeah, hey,
Hell yeah, Chicken Man, 666 Oklahoma waving.
Hey, Oklahoma, hey, I didn't catch all your numbers, big brother, but I heard you say Oklahoma. I flipped it back on the flat side. And
Hey, Snowman's hollering at you, Snake.
yeah, old chicken, man, letting you know.
No doubt about it. Old Chicken Man, 666 around the black gold waving.
Hey, right there, right back, 666. Hey, Hey, 666, it's been a long time, man. Hope y'all been doing good on that end. Hey, 666, hey, old Chicken Man, Carolina, they want to let you know that thing sounded real good over here tonight, big brother. 73 Wave.
Oh, roger, right on. Alright, I gotta go back to vertical. Come on. Yeah, come on.
Oh, hey, what was you saying about what was going on somewhere? Everybody was freaking out.
Oh, they found out China's got a spy, freaking building and all that shit in Cuba.
Oh, yeah, then they're watching us in
506 Oklahoma Wave.
Yeah, they're all tripping out now. Everybody's wanting to know what the hell's going on. Yeah, apparently they've been there for a while during the Biden administration and all that shit.
Yeah, Biden knew about it. Hell, they fucking Obama and all them probably knew about it too. Probably in on it.
Yeah, that's the point there. Yeah, 394, I hear you out there, bud. You're just real low. But I hear you out there, my friend.
I can't even hear him at all.
He's really weak over there.
Well, this Skip's covering him up over here.
Hell, he's hard to hear if there ain't no Skip here lately.
Yeah, I seen these motherfuckers catch this catfish, and they reeled it in, and the motherfucker had been cut on both sides of his head. It was like gashed open and shit.
Damn.
Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody has a good night.
Damn, a Loomis employee got caught stealing, admitted to it. Stole over $13,000 out of ATMs he was working on.
He said, oh, hell, they won't notice.
Yep, and they started auditing that shit and found out this was in a year's time. He'd stolen $13,000. He was a repair person. He'd go and repair them ATMs. And he'd slip a little money here, slip a little money there. He didn't think they'd miss it. Well, eventually they do. So they started keeping track before he'd show up to repair one. They would see how much money was in it, and after he'd repair it, they'd check it, and then finding out they were short.
What about it, Screaming Eagle?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, about a screaming eagle, yapper.
Can you hear me?
Fire in the hole.
You got a copy? Right. Negative copy on that storm. Look, your storm right there. Look, your storm.
Good evening to you, sir.
I guess they can bring that well now with the city driver.
Pulling it out of a holster and just shooting it like that. 844 mag, street sweeper.
Audio check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
With the chicken man on the ground plane.
Hell yeah, he's on the ground plane.
44 mag.
Hell yeah. Damn, they just busted the Sinaloa cartel on their,
Hello, street sweeper, Dr. Bob waving.
drug trafficking. They seized 26 of those 20, 30, I guess 25, 30-gallon containers with the lids that snap on them, full of bags of fentanyl.
Damn. Old Gary's gonna be mad.
Dude, that right there was enough fentanyl to kill everybody in America and then some. 26 totes. And they said that each baggie was like 1 kilo.
I guess we ain't got no conditions on street sweepers.
I heard him out there a while ago, or earlier. I hollered at him, he didn't come back.
Yeah, I think they got that steel curtain up down there in sand pile.
Yo, quiet down out there.
Yo, want to.
You're in there too, man. You're sounding good.
Hello, street sweeper, Dr. Bob, trying.
In Oklahoma. Hey, good evening to you, Dr. Bob. We all quiet down here, man. No storms or lightning to chase tonight. They're great.
Hey, roger that. Yeah, I watched those pictures. They really look sharp. I had to get on the flat side to reach you. I couldn't get you on vertical.
Boy, you got on the flat side, you reaching me. 26 and a 0 out here in North Carolina. I'm working this Super Audio 6 and I just got down.
All right, 260 North Carolina, Dr. Bob waving.
You told you in on that, man. Man, you stroking up here in North Carolina. I just wanted to jump in there and let you know, sounding all kinds of good there. Hey, 73s, you have a good rest of the week coming up there, and I appreciate you hollering at me. 260 up here in North Carolina. I'm working this Super Audio 6, and I just got down.
Hey, roger that. Right back at you. Have a great Mother's Day weekend.
Good evening to you there, Dr. Bob. 102 said that, and we're back quiet.
He's on the flat side.
working both lanes when we pull in here, or just the left lane?
Earlier, I heard somebody say what lane we supposed to be in. I keyed up and said the right lane. I never heard anything after that, so it must have been the right. Must have said the right lane.
Damn it.
I'm pretty sure if it was the wrong one, I would have heard something.
Well, it's a pretty day out there today.
Damn it. It said my package arrived in Hutchins, Texas.
Down there south Dallas.
Why the hell they freaking take it all the way over there? They could have just came straight here with it.
Well, that's the hub down there. Gotta go there first.
Hello there, Dr. Bob.
Well, in there, I believe that's 102.
That's right. You have a good night out there, okay? Well, you be safe out there tonight, brother.
Oh, I try to be all the time.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, that came from Chino. That's over in Texas. Hopefully it shows up one piece.
You know they'll make you put it together.
No, it is together. But I've heard seen the comments and shit. Motherfuckers show up and the tailpiece has been loose and it flopped around in there and broke the shield and all this shit.
Damn it. I'm gonna call them people in the morning. If they've got a bundle of it there, I'm going after it.
Hell yeah. Well, hopefully they do.
What you going after?
Do what, driver?
What's he going after?
Metal.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, driver, I'm sorry for him, but we'll have cleanup right away.
Yeah, I figured I'd go pick the trailer up out there at the farm on my way. That'd be quite a bit of weight, so probably better hauling it on that trailer. Well, I'm guessing they probably weigh about 10 pounds apiece. So, times 50.
Yeah, I don't. Shouldn't be that much.
Yeah, well, I bet they're 5 to 10 pounds a panel. It may not be that much, but I'm gonna go prepared.
If you, I can bring that Ford up there and haul it for you if you need.
No, I don't want to have to tow your truck back.
That wouldn't happen.
You'd be damn surprised what that Ford will do. And what it has done.
Anyway, well, I'm going to get off here. Hell, I've already turned it off and I turned it back on a while ago just to sit here and smoke a cigarette. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later.
Alright, man. Well, have a good one, man. Good luck on your adventure.
Oh, Roger, right on.
Good night, Dr. Bob. Good night, hippie.
Good night, everybody. See you next week on Hee Haw.
Hee-haw. Good night, Tom.
Good night, Preacher Bob. Water pump to that, Dr. Bob.
Alright, water pump. You and Rebel have a good one over there. Preacher Bob, and I'm back out.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Gringo. Haven't tuned in. I didn't have any one way or another. I just didn't want to watch it.
Got some audio in the Carolina. I hear it bouncing off the mountain.
Where you at out there? Where you at out there hearing this audio?
I lost all my audio.
Yes, sir. You can buy them. Right from Rooster. He sells them. Yeah, Tim.
Hell yeah, a bunch of bullshit.
30 miles an hour. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Yeah.
What was going on?
Well, I appreciate it there, 623.
What's you pointing at?
Make sure you water them. And, there you go. Get truckerized. There you go. Yeah, come on, truck.
What's you pointing at?
Mike Chuck, 92, 92, 92.
Well over the rain.
Ringo was trying to get back into your receive, but that was you, that break.
Mike Chuck, Mike Chuck.
What, Tim?
One, two, three, four, five.
He has got his antenna straightened out. He put one of his little wheels on there. Yeah, some old moldy mud.
One, two, one, two, one, two.
Ringo don't mess around, man. He gets out he just hammer down. You can see you shaky, sweep a wave and break.
Yeah, about it, Screaming Eagle.
guys are going to do it. Get truckerized.
Stay in that left lane, hammer down to the very end up here, and then cut every fucking body off.
I wonder why my old
Okay, bye.
How about a radio check? This is where he's at.
I think you got to bump it down. Yeah, it's almost like a Friday night smackdown, kind of minus Friday, because it's only Thursday morning, or almost Thursday morning there.
That radio sound like shit.
Ringo's playing his banjo down here. Well, I got you in there, Indiana. You sounded good down here in Florida. Street sweeper from the Palm Beaches. And I'm getting right back. Say farewell, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, man. Catch you on the next one. Have a safe ride back to Orlando. Here we go. Street sweeper. El Gringo. I'll see you. All right, Gringo, good to hear you. Chat at you. Keep those 9 axles flexing and be safe on those, out there on the turnpike. Street sweeper. Put it on you tomorrow at 10-7. I'm gone. I'll see you.
Axles or just left?
want to be heard. I'll see you. Click, click. All right, truck. Okay, Mr. You want to be heard out there in Sydney land? You get yourself truckerized. Truck CD sales. I ain't doing no commercials. I'm just calling it like I hear it. I'll see you, big brother. Straight sweeper, put on you later.
We're back in town there, Norton.
Alrighty then.
Still coming up the middle.
That's right.
Yep, that's some trash. Hell yeah. Somebody need to learn how to keep a semi on a straight line going down a narrow road.
Yep, that sounds like Stinger.
How'd you guess?
Yeah, I can just tell.
Some bitchy asshole on the end of the mic, right?
Something like that.
That was some crazy shit.
Oh, here I am delivering pizza to all the good little boys and girls across Moore.
Some folks gotta eat.
Well, then, you want to talk to your wife and, let you, you're more than welcome to. I'll bring it to you tonight. I'm back quiet.
Oh,
sorry, man. I was in a southbound that eastbound guy there through bright lights. I'm sorry there, big truck. I apologize, bud. I apologize. That guy going eastbound had to through bright lights. I'm supposed to be there. How about a blade?
Yeah.
Hey, do you notice any difference in my signal when I'm rolling and hit the fill?
Where you're what now? I'm sorry.
Oh, now that I'm sitting still, how strong is my signal hitting you?
Yeah, you got me in the red there.
Okay, Roger, let me start rolling and see if this, how tight this quick disconnect is. Alright, okay, I got some motion under me. How we doing on signal?
It's staying right there. Looks like it's waving around a little bit. What antenna you running?
Oh, I'm guessing it's some kind of spur on a long shaft.
Well, yeah, 10-4.
You know, I can't afford one of those $100 102 nowadays.
Yeah, they're about $60. And Predators now, that's what I run. But yeah, they're like 150.
Well, maybe I ought to get myself a sugar mama and tell her to buy me a Predator. I don't think my wife would like that too much, though.
No?
Oh, well, can't blame a guy for trying.
No? Suppose not.
I mean, you know, it would be great not to have to work at all.
Yeah, but then you can't buy anything.
Amen to that.
wave their hand. I believe I hear the elvis out there. Yo, here's the Mad Dog for the west side of Gold Hill. Burger.
Good night, 719. Unit 102, Oklahoma City said that, and we're back quiet.
Well, you shut your stupid mouth. 10-4.
Hey, 10-4, how you doing, buddy? Doing pretty good. Hanging in here, I guess.
What's the matter?
Oh, ain't nothing wrong. There ain't nothing wrong. Just hanging in here best can.
10-4. Keep hanging on there,
10-4. You been blowing that skip up out here tonight?
No, not really. I went up on 31 for a couple times, but wasn't anybody up there.
No, everybody got off. BB with the bed and Rock and Whippoorwill and Whip went to bed, and me and Rock, we been sliding around on 28, and he went down on 24 and was talking to that. Yeah, we been up on 28, all them guys up there, and talking to them about that. I thought the hour places.
Well, I got skip rolling there, 10-4. Rolling pretty good.
10-4. Yes, I think it's kind of dying off a little bit now.
It's quiet there compared to what it was.
10-4. Oh yeah, they're on 28, boy. They was coaching on me bad, boy. They was the rest of them.
Stays in Arkansas.
Well, they no, the one that was coaching us so bad, he was in Missouri, I believe. He was in 313 or 413. Up there, he was loud, boy.
Hey, boy, Smith.
And, oh, yeah, they was several of them up there blowing smoke. That's 515 out of Arkansas. I think I'm fit to go to the left. I'm going to give this thing a rest a little bit. All right, in. You sound good down here, and we'll talk to you later on.
Oh.
10-4.
Sound good, driver. Southbound. What you talking on, driver?
Buffalo.
Driver, I can guarantee you that. Yeah, it's definitely working, driver. What's your handle? Lugging up. 10-4 lugging up. Sounds good, driver. Have a good night.
call him fucking solo tire and steering wheel holders being bad.
real good through there.
Yep.
Unit 102 off the road, turn 7. Bye, 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 bye.
I said, some of them quit just to take our cards, some of them won't take it. There's one over yonder off the 20 where you get the guy that won't take it. Like they deal with one of them, get something to get pretty low. They wouldn't take it for some reason. I don't know. Didn't understand that. Yeah, I don't know. Didn't make sense of it. I don't know if they just didn't want to deal with it. They being sorry for it. I'm thinking everyone's probably sorry for it. I don't want to do the job. I'm standing around and do what she's looking for. You found 103 yardstick of that. You had a record of light. Eastbound 103 yards. But you got a wreck in the right lane. Back out. Eastbound, you got a wreck there at the 103. Left lane only. Anybody got a copy on this radio? Anybody got a copy? 103 guys.
Man, it's tricky if you're you got hit turned on it. That fucking thing.
You gotta get the fuck out of the insurance. Yo, Gary, where's your pipsqueak ass at, boy?
appreciate it.
Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 what's up, Gary, you pipsqueak dickhead?
Oh, Twinkle Toes, I don't think he's going to show up tonight. I think he got his slopped around so much last night, I don't think he can deal with another night.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that boy just don't know. He just don't know when to quit. He just, like an old Timex watch, he just keeps on taking a licking and keeps on ticking. I actually get tired of slapping him around.
Not me.
Kind of like beating up on a little, you know, I don't know, beating up on somebody that ain't got enough sense to, they want to talk shit, but they can't fight back. Kind of feel bad about it sometimes. Don't get me wrong, I still love the bitch slapping. I think just, if I could just bitch slap him one time, I'd get it all out of my system.
Oh, I heard that.
What are you doing, headed home, or are you home?
I'm home.
Yeah, I never can tell, you're so loud over here. I can't tell when you're in your mobile by me or if you're home.
Yeah, I figured I'd come fire this thing up, see if dipshit was on there. Fuck with him a little bit before I go to bed.
Yeah, I don't know what you got going over there, but I guarantee you it's working for you.
10-4. Big old tube deal.
Yeah, I think I heard you talking about that. Yeah, I like them tubes, man. They're clean.
I just plugged my other one up right before you said that, and I was going to see how it was doing. This thing dead key in about 2, swinging about 1K.
You got me hard in the red. You do. You got me hard in the red.
Bill, what's it showing on your meter?
Well, you hit me so hard in the red, it's hard for me to tell what it's showing. It does swing forward.
10. I hope it's swinging forward like a son of a bitch over here.
Yeah, you got me pretty much in the red pretty hard. I don't see that much of a signal on too many people.
Damn it. Hold on, hook this other one up.
Hell, Snowman ain't but a few blocks away. He don't hit me that hard.
Damn it. I'll hook this other one up real quick. Well, let me heat it up first.
Alright, go ahead. I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna drink me a beer. Yeah, I done had a couple. I'm gonna drink one more, then I'm gonna call it a night.
10. Can you hear that fucker running?
No, your background is clean.
Yeah, that's why I like these fucking, old noise canceling mics. You can't hear shit behind them. They're not as loud, but you can't hear nothing in the background.
Yeah, that's what I'm using, that handheld Superstar. It's just an old stock microphone, but I bought this thing about 15 years ago when I was headed out east down there. I had to go out there and haul a car out there from my boss's daughter. Deliver it, my damn microphone quit working. I went in a truck stop. He said, it'd be cheaper if you buy a microphone than it would be to fix that one. So I bought this Superstar.
Yeah, folks.
I really didn't know it was that good a microphone. Hell, I got back home, I fixed my other mic, and it was an echo mic, and I put it back on that radio. This has just been laying around over here for about the last 8-10 years.
Well, believe it or not, I've heard a lot of people say them Superstar microphones are some of the best you can get. Even just the little stock mics, the little coffin-looking Superstars. I can't remember the part number, but they say that's one of the best microphones that's made.
Yeah, I believe it. Man, I tell you what, I hooked it up, and it's just the way it swings and stuff, how it picks up the audio, and I don't even have to talk into it hard. Hell, I just talk normal.
.607, sitting on the side listening.
Another one up real quick.
Roger that. I heard you over there. I can't remember your numbers over there, but I heard you.
607.
Yeah, 617. Wave my hand at you, girl.
I don't hear pedo.
Yeah, he ain't been on there tonight. He comes and goes. He'll hit it one night, maybe 2 nights, but he'd be gone. Hell, he's been gone as much as 2 or 3 weeks. Oh, it was nice.
Well, that's a good thing.
No, you're right. Have you sold any of your radio equipment over yet?
I've sold a couple. I have a church next door. They're going to let some people at the church know, because he said he knows a couple of guys that's into CBs.
Yeah, you don't have any frequency counters, do you?
Yeah, I have one, and then I have I think it's called a DOSY or something frequency counter. I have 2 of them.
Hey, Roger, I'd like to have a digital frequency counter, just, you know, to line up radios with. It's got to have that, I don't know, you got to be able to hook up should have a couple of wires coming off of it where you can hook up inside the radio, not screw the mic in, but, I mean, coax, but, hell, I can't explain it.
I have a DOSY TFB 3001. I have one of those frequency counters that he just bought not too long ago.
Hey, Roger. Well, when you get through selling, if you got anything left?
That one is for sale, and Rocky said because I can get about probably $100 for that one.
But you can get more out of the stuff than what I want to pay, Roger.
Rocky said for that frequency counter, I can probably get $100.
Yeah, Rocky knows. If he says $100, that's what it's worth. It's worth every bit of it if he says it.
I have an old frequency counter here that has 100 HZ and then other, and it's a FM 300B dialogue. Rocky said I can get rid of that one for $50.
Hey, Roger. We'll have to figure out some way. I'll get with you in a week or 2. I'm going to let, you know, everybody else get a shot at it. Then I'll get with you in a week or 2. Maybe I might buy something from you.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Charlie to get back from his vacation to come get this tower.
Hey, Roger, on that. Yeah, Rocky's pretty straight shooting. You can trust Rocky. And you can trust Larry, too, I believe.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Rocky to come over because he's got to look at this Cobra 142 because I don't know why it won't let me speak on upper sideband.
You know, I got one of them Cobra 142 base stations. It's probably my best radio as far as receiving.
It was working when my uncle put it up, and then we went to go hook it up the other day and get on 30 on the upper sideband, and it wouldn't let us speak to anybody.
Yeah, that's one thing about CB radios. They'll break down just sitting on the shelf. I mean, that's not uncommon. I mean, they'll be working great. You'll put them up, and you get them back down 4 or 5 months later, and they won't work. That's normal. We call them gremlins. Them gremlins get in the house.
Yeah, that's why Rocky said he'll come over and look at it for me and charge me nothing.
Hey, Roger. Hey, I'm going to get back quiet here. I'm waiting on Zodiac over here to hook up a little amplifier here, what it sounds like.
Alright, I'm going to sit on the side too, see what he bings me at when he sets it up.
Roger, Dodger.
Hello, Moon Doggy.
Wave my hand out there, AK. Good to hear you.
Same here. I figured I'd key up. Looks like all the skipping noise is finally going away.
Boy, I know you're right. Boy, Skip's been bad this evening. Man, it was trashy and it was hard to talk it.
Yeah, somebody's trying to key up in between us now, so I'm going to get back on the side.
Alrighty, over, bud. Hey, you take care of yourself. Good to hear you in there. We'll catch you after a bit, maybe.
Moondog, what's this one sound like?
Talk to me again. Let me look at my meter.
Hello. Hello.
Well, you're hitting me about the same over here. It's loud and proud.
You're hitting me over about 30 power over here on the southwest side.
Hit you with what?
Yeah, she said you hit her over about 30 dB.
Damn. On the southwest side?
Yes, sir.
10-4. I'm way on the southeast side, over by the lake, kinda. I'm down here in Norman. Norman, America. Hell yeah.
Shoot, that dude's hitting me about 5 dB over here, wherever he's from.
From the stadium. Oh, 10. This is 506. 506. Roger. This thing sound okay over there? Yeah, you sounding pretty good. How's this thing sound? Sound pretty good. Heck this other one up. This thing ain't doing near what this other one does.
Well, I tell you what, it sounds like it is, but you know how that works. You gotta be out there in the distance to tell. Damn, Zodiac, you ought to be talking to that young lady out there. She's about the same age as you are.
Oh, Zodiac's in his 20s too?
Hello. He's a young man. He comes over and visits me every now and then. He's a young man.
Yeah, this is my last year in my 20s.
But he's a nice looking young man. What?
What'd he say?
Yeah, I'm trying to get you fixed up there, Zodiac.
Oh, no. I'm married.
I know it, I'm just teasing.
I like being by myself. My parents raised me to defend myself and to take care of myself.
I tell you what, that Zodiac got the cutest little girl. Got the sweetest little personality you ever met.
All I want to do is kill everybody when I'm on the road, because everybody gets to the fucking fun.
I apologize for that, Zodiac. I was just messing with you.
No, you're right.
Yeah, I'm counting my months. This is, as of next month, it'll be my last year in my 20s.
Well, don't rush them years along. Next thing you know, you'll be turning 40, and you'll look out the window one day, and they'll say, "You're 60, ain't you?" And you'll, well, oh man, you about to have a heart attack.
See, I still get nowadays that I get ID'd at the bar, and they tell me that I got a fake ID, that I don't look like I'm 28, but I am.
That's funny. Don't let that bother you, man. That's great when you get older.
Especially when you get that age you don't remember when you was 28.
Yeah, I can remember when I turned 40. I can remember when I turned 21, but I can't remember when I turned 28 or 29.
All I know is when I was younger, doctor says I wasn't going to make it until I was 17 because of all my health issues, but I proved them wrong.
Well, I'm sure glad you beat the odds there, young lady. I'm sure glad you beat the odds.
It's called staying fit and eating the right stuff.
Yeah. You may be just too damn ornery to, you know what I'm saying?
Well, my uncle was my blood uncle, so maybe I just get his attitude because he was an asshole sometimes.
See, you learn from the best.
Yeah, and probably from my grandmother, because my great-grandma lived until she was 101. She was stubborn.
101, man, that's pretty cool. 101 years old. Shit, I'm 69. I'm hoping I'll make it to 75. That way my youngest granddaughter, she'll be 18.
Yeah, hopefully you do, because it's hard losing a grandparent and a parent. I've lost one parent at the age of 23.
Yeah, I lost my wife about a year ago. You know, you don't know how much you miss or need someone until they're gone. Boy, you miss the hell out of them.
Yeah, I would always fight with my mom and tell her she was a piece of shit or this or that. She didn't know anything, and then when she passed in 2018, I'm like, shit, I never should have said that shit. She actually did know shit.
Yeah, you never know how much you'll miss somebody until they're gone, and I'm sure you feel that way about your uncle, too.
Oh, yeah, I fought with that motherfucker every day. And now it's just like my house is like a ghost town.
I know how you feel, girl. I know how you feel.
It's gotten so bad that I moved downstairs into his room so that I could give my grandma her own. And it's like I've got rid of his clothes and stuff, but like his pictures and his cab driver hats, I've kept those on the wall. I have not touched anything on his wall. I just kept it how he had it.
That's pretty cool. Hey, I'm going to get back quiet here. I think I'm getting ready to call it tonight. You have good nowhere. There's a lot of other people out there to talk to. There's AK, he's out there in Choctaw. And of course, you talked to Zodiac a while ago. There's a few others out there.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get off here. I'm in a lot of pain. I got a shot in the bottom of my foot and got to get surgery here in 2 months on my heel, so.
Dang it, girl.
Hell, I tried to get Rocky to give me a call on that radio stuff, but he ain't called me yet.
I'll text him for you and let you know, Zodiac.
Tell him Gizmo. He might not know about that.
Alright, I'll tell him that he needs to get a hold of Gizmo. I can text him from my phone.
10-4. Yeah, I had Don, I sent Don a message, told him to tell Rocky to get a hold of me, but he ain't got a hold of me yet.
Yeah, he gets a hold of me pretty quickly because he's been helping me sell the CBs and stuff that I have here.
Yeah, Gizmo, he's a straight-up guy, too. He's a pretty good guy.
Takes us straight up to what?
Well, I'm going to get off here and go rest my foot and ice it.
Alrighty, young lady. Hey, you have a good one. Hey, I enjoy talking to you. You're a pretty good gal. Hey, we'll catch you later.
Catch you later.
Have a good one, Mundo.
You too, Gizmo. The only reason I call you Zodiac is when I can't remember Gizmo.
It don't matter. I know what you mean.
Roger that. That's like, oh, shit. Junebug. Hell, I never can remember his handle. I have to think about it. I have to go through my head with names, and then Junebug pops up. But hey, you guys have a good one. We'll catch you later. I'm going to get back quiet. I'm going to watch a little bit of TV, and I'm going to bed.
Alright, you have a fine one. Screaming Eagle said it.
Alright, bud. You have a good one, too.
506, this thing sound okay over there? Hello, you still over there?
I guess he's not.
Hey, 102, you got your radio on?
Fucking world's longest life.
I guess 102 went to bed too.
15, close one.
Papa 5, driver. I got you loud and clear. 10-4.
about you, son? You got a copy? Wire reset. Nothing to go. How about you, Weston? You got a copy? How about that OKT? You got a copy?
Yo, Geary, where you at, boy?
How about you sign with your mama?
you want to go, guy? try to hold out, picking out the road forward, pick up that forward, pretty cool. Other than that, hold out. Now, maybe we're going to go forward, pretty cool. fixable. That's supposed to, they're going to have to put another motor in it anyway. And hell, the old boy, he rebuilt it right there at Lowe's parking lot over in El Reno. Yeah, one of them was in the pouring down rain and snow. Oh my God. About fucking right again. Well, instead of working on that fucking side, they need to be worked in the middle here. Figure, Texas, always go ahead. Yeah, not near as what it used to be. Go down there and unload our dead cows right quick. This one? Yeah. Yeah, stupid ass. You ought to go back to Texas. Where all the queers are, you stupid.
remember this is where we came whenever that green truck blew up. We had to get that other one finished running, making that run.
I've been down that road many, many times.
Oscar Victor.
Just take both lanes, driver.
I'll put it on 44 east. Can't hold this line.
How about you, Carl?
Yeah, come on.
What you doing?
You know, moving shit, come on.
I heard that.
You going back for another load?
Yeah.
Nah, 10, I gotta go to church toss after this, get that paper.
Alright.
Well, there's room in this bin up here in the corner if you back all the way up there.
You got a car wreck over where?
And damn, does my radio sound that bad?
No, I just was listening to a sermon on my headphones.
Oh, okay. No, I said there's room in this bin up here in the corner.
Oh, 10-4, the International 7?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, because they had 10-4 in the past couple days, so it doesn't really matter where we put it. We can put it in a place that's appropriate.
We're just trying to find the new bin that they were talking about on the group chat. Yeah, I don't see no new bin anywhere, but yeah, it looks like they pulled something out of the corner of this bin up here. So yeah, you'd have to back like all the way up there, but shit, it wouldn't take but 2 rounds and we'll have that thing full again. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about up here on the hill, all the way back in the corner back there.
Oh, that one. Okay. You don't think we'll probably do all 3 loads?
I think we'll do all 3 loads. We're just going to run out of room. The problem is, what the fuck are we going to do on Friday? Be off. Hush, hush. We've been off too much, and I go on vacation at the end of the damn month.
You
find the new bin?
No. It looks like they cleared something out up there in the corner, but that's it. We're still missing Julio, Jared, and Christian. Yeah. Oh, here comes one up.
Late bloomers.
That's Jared.
Hey, Daddy.
Let's go out and have an awesome day today.
Hell no.
Well, the Burger's truck makes it down there and back one round. He had a better day than he has had for a while.
All right. It's clear, Brent.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Burger, so far so good?
Oh, yeah, I can feel the turbo kicking in.
Yeah, after he showed me what had happened to it yesterday, the surgeon made sense. I was like, oh, okay.
Right, yeah, that's what I was thinking when he told me. I was like, yeah, that's what'll make a bit.
It's just funny how all those things went wrong at the same time.
Yeah, no kidding.
And I wasn't in the shop for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that ain't no lie. Just for a week.
Yeah.
No, we never made it to the shop.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I had my radio down a while ago. Nate, did you find the new bin?
No, I can see where he cleared some out up there, all the way up in the very back corner of that, bar bin, up on the hill.
Yeah, that's what Kyle was saying this morning.
That's it. That's all I've seen.
Well, you made it past the last round. This is looking good.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday afternoon, boy, had it.
I seen that.
Yeah, they had to put a new bracket on my motor that really, it's got holes in it and hoses actually go through.
Yeah, fire ain't been going out for a while, ain't it?
Spark plug. And they sure did charge me a whole lot of money though.
Yeah, I just, went and picked up the parts and did it myself.
Yeah, 65 weight motors though, that's kind of irritating. It's kind of hard to find a mechanic you can really trust anyway. I mean, either go to King's or I'll go to either a Boulevard or good job.
Oh, does that have a 3800 or a 3400?
on with the lights. Yeah. Vámonos, Lane, vámonos.
Hell, I'm trying, brother. Where you guys headed?
southbound bullwagon, nothing in that barrel there, construction on my side. I ain't seen that. Oh, we're back that way to El Reno. CFO, wow, you're all good right that way. Recently, boost the clock there, of course, you know that.
check out there.
Yeah, it's working. Yeah, you're coming through at I-35 and I-40.
Get a radio check out there, a radio check.
Yeah, you're coming through at I-35 and I-40 junction.
day in paradise. Still asleep. Not for much longer.
Anybody have any old radios for sale?
What kind of old radio you looking up for?
I try to round up old stuff, old Galaxy, Connex, Rangers, working or not.
Roger. I bet you'd pay a whole lot for one, wouldn't you?
Generally, I don't, I don't want to take a man's pride and joy.
You don't pay much. That's, that doesn't surprise me. I thought you wanted a bargain.
Well, what kind, how much?
Well, if I sold a Galaxy to somebody, it wouldn't be a bargain. I know what they're worth.
Well, I sold a Connex 3300 there last week for $180. I got an 88 and a 44 back here, working fine.
Roger that. Well, I work on that stuff, so.
Good stuff, man, comes and it goes, It's cheap and simple, but I like to hang on to it. Anything can go, but they say pigs get red, hogs get slaughtered.
But I know you're looking for a bargain, but maybe you'll find one out there. But as far as Galaxies are concerned, they're worth a good bit of money.
Well, they all been in the neighborhood, but people are getting in the neighborhood, I give $175 for that 88 I got at the CD shop.
Roger that. Well, I've acquired 88s. One of them didn't cost me anything. I didn't steal it, but somebody kind of donated it to me after the tornado. But it was slightly messed up from the tornado. I put a new face on it, and so there.
There you go. Man. Get something and fix it up. That's generally what I do. Across radio and people don't know what to do with them. They're sitting on the shelf. But that's years ago. Ain't much happening anymore. Hardly anybody on the radio anymore.
Well, around here we got plenty of operators on the radio.
I've been working.
Roger. Well, what's your handle? Billy, you got Scorpio down here, kind of way south, OKC. Oh, okay. You're just pulling in a quick trip about the 119, you say? Right, you sound good. Well, I'm on a Galaxy 73V. There's not as many of them out there, but there's some. Roger that. Well, this 73V I got off eBay for, I don't know, nominal fee, maybe 50 something, but, and I, of course, suspected it had problems. It did, it was dead on arrival, but I got in there and brought it back to life. Everything's working in it except the SWR metering module, which I've bypassed it for now. I'll fix it when I get to it. Roger. Well, I don't know. He's oversimplifying it, isn't he? But anyway, yeah, this one had problems. It came from Missouri, and that wasn't the problem. But that particular owner, I guess they were the problem. They they'd messed it up. They'd hooked it up backwards, and they put some ugly-looking power wires on the back of it that I had to remove and put a good socket, tire socket on there. That's just the least of it, but internally, the VCO had been zapped because of the reverse voltage he put on it, and had to rebuild the voltage regulator in there. But anyway, I finally got it up and running. Roger, yeah, that's right. They're not as easy as the others, and for sure. Anyway, I come across this one, and I've worked on one for a driver a while back, and he was accidentally activating the dual watch function on it. You know how the mic gain control is also a on-off switch. You just push it to activate it, and he was accidentally doing that, and that's how it would go into the dual watch mode. Anyway, we got all straightened out. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm not talking on that one, but Roger. Well, you just made the channel hungry talking about the burritos, and I'm back out. No doubt about it.
everybody's down there at South Plant. They ain't on the radios, or ain't got the radios on, you know, because, yeah, I just tried to holler, see if there's going to be anybody down there to tell us where to put all those rocks. And 4.
Oh, you forgot your handle, driver. I think that's the same one. Said they were looking for Galaxy radios.
Who, me?
I think so.
No, I wasn't looking for no radio.
I guess that was somebody else, but your voice sounded kind of like him.
Jeez, Art, you don't have a damn clue what you're doing, do you?
Yeah, I heard him holler and see if anybody wanted to sell a radio when I was down there by the 106.
I guess you're already south of me down there. Your signals are getting kind of weak.
Yeah, I'm north of you now. I'm getting on 240.
Are you? Okay, well, your signals kind of dropped down. All right, I guess you're barefoot.
Yeah, this is a barefoot Cobra. I'm surprised it didn't reach you.
Roger. Well, I've got a beam pointed north, and you're putting a few S units on me, but you're not the one that was stopped at the Quick Trip earlier?
No, sir.
You are the one?
No, it wasn't me.
It wasn't you, all right.
No, I could hear you talking to him earlier. I was way down there south side of Norman.
Roger, okay, all right. Have a good ride, driver. No doubt about it.
Hey, you heard the crybabies already?
I'm sorry, I keyed with you.
You heard the crybabies yet?
Oh, not really much. I might have heard one earlier. I've been on here, I don't know, a good while. I got up at 4, so I've been on the radio almost that long.
Yeah, it passed quite a few mornings every time somebody keys up at her, well, me, they start crying.
Roger. I did have somebody looking for a Galaxy radio. They're looking for one real cheap, and so isn't everybody.
Morning, Scorpio.
Bad credit.
That's right, bad credit.
Bad credit.
What are y'all doing this morning?
I'm just getting up and getting around. Like a little trip over to Tecumseh.
Does it sound okay to you?
Yeah.
Well, you want a picture of it?
Clean your microphone.
Do what? Need to change my microphone?
It's kind of scratchy there a little bit.
Is it the microphone or is it the amplifier?
I don't know, unless you're talking on your amplifier, but you can hear it scratching when you key up.
Yeah, it's just a microphone.
That's my lucky superstar microphone.
Spray some WD-40 on it.
Yeah, it does creak. I'll put it up to my ear and it creaks.
Damn it. Too early for that shit.
Hell yeah, ain't no doubt. Start out easy, finish out mad, but start out easy on the day.
It's too early for you.
Oh, hell, here we go. Got one of them crying. You're on the radio. Oh, wait. God damn, man. Come on with that shit.
It's okay though, because it's their ulcer.
Yeah, but that shit's in my ear.
Roger. Their pain is my gain.
There you go, Hippie. I sent you a picture of it.
Roger that, I got it.
Damn it. I don't know, I guess either Top Gun was, I don't know what the hell he heard me. So I don't know if their skip's rolling or what the hell.
All the bullet holes in the cabinet's all covered up.
Yeah, I see that. Looks good for a white boy.
Yep, I am a real white man.
Well, be careful and have fun.
What the hell? Yeah, what the hell's up with this shit? Everybody outside the state keeps hearing me, but nobody else. Top Gun hears me, but he don't hear anybody else. Bolt hears me at his house in Arkansas and nobody else.
Well, maybe you got it going on over there. Or maybe we got our antennas in the wrong place.
I don't know. Bolt sent me a damn video. You can hear my key up, that VFO thing. You can't hear me, but you just hear the VFO.
Yeah, I doubt that Top Gun would hear me. I'm pointed southwest.
Here we go.
Yeah, I don't hear no skip at all. What the hell's wrong with him? You gotta do something to that fucking echo, Mac. Ain't nobody understanding that shit at all.
Sound like a rookie.
It's one of them diesel echo Macs. You know, diesel echo Mac that they called a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah, I took that off yesterday. I didn't realize the echo was on. I'm back on the D104. I just looked down there and see that damn fucking knob on the radio all the way open.
Well, I don't see no movement back here.
I took that thing off yesterday, shit. Put it back in the box. Who was that playing with the echo? Don?
Junebug with his toy microphone.
If you got echo, you got to have chicken lights also.
Hell yeah.
Hey, I got some red LED strips over here, I'll tell you.
Roger that.
Yeah, they look good, my yellow ones.
Either go all the way or no way.
Yeah, you put your yellow ones in there and the red ones, and when you unkey, the red ones come on.
I guess somebody done beat me to them. Don needs them. Heck yeah, I'll put him in his amplifier over here. It'll look good.
Gotta set that for a shrill level of reverb, no doubt.
Shit, I'm probably fixing to go get a semi-load of fucking LED lights.
Old Timer said he'd give you a semi-load.
Fuck Old Timer.
Fucking right here real quick.
He's a real black man. I don't fuck with real black men.
He said all you gotta do is show up.
Do what you want to do with it. My old boss fixing to go out of business. He come by here a couple of days ago and told me he's gonna come get me, take me down there to the shop, let me just go through and get whatever the hell I want.
How in the hell you running a 4-pill or 2-pill, whatever, on a 10-amp power supply?
Yeah, who's doing that?
Behind me now.
guess anything's possible. I'm only running on about maybe 7 amps over here.
I don't know whether it's like 10 point something or something.
I ain't gonna have it in very long.
Shoot, I'm running a big old 2x4 on 10 amps.
I don't know, that picture ain't very clear when you zoom in. Looks like 10 amp, 10 point something.
Oh, you talking about the hippie sent you that picture I sent him?
Yeah. Yeah, looked, I zoomed in and looked at that. Looks like 10 point something or whatever.
Seven amps for 75 amps.
Shit, Brent's gonna run off and leave all of it.
I didn't get stuck.
In and out, in and out.
By the way, Iffy, I did find the power cord, but I don't have it on. It's too hard to work with it on the bench. I'll put it on last.
Heck yeah, that'd work. Probably took you all night to find it.
Well, it took me a few to find it, come on.
Yeah, Roger.
I got to put a transmit light in it. I think it's pretty well almost all wired up. I got to put a variable on the power supply. It's only running on 12 volts right now.
Roger that.
I need a 100K variable potentiometer. If I had one, I'd put one in the front of it.
Well, find me one, send me the link, I'll order it.
Well, I'll just look around at some of these garbage I got over here. I'll find some somewhere, maybe. If not, I'll have you get one.
I was over there. I was like, I think I'll back it up by the pond. I was trying to get it as far into that hole in the corner there as I could.
Hell yeah, crank that thing up 15 volts. That's about probably where I'll run it.
Here, 20.
I'll sell it to you and you can run 20 through it.
Hell, I can put one on the inside. I just can't put one on the outside right now.
I'll be damned.
Morning, Rattlesnake.
Hey, good morning.
Hell yeah. Hey, man. I guess there's a ground wave thing or something. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't understand why I ain't hearing nobody else. Even the other night when old fucktard was out here, everybody had all their shit fired up, pointed over at him, and all you could hear was that VFO thing. And then this morning, I don't get it. Maybe it's on the side of this hill over here, so. Maybe it's because it's different. It's not set up like everybody else. What's that?
My highest WRs.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, Top Gun fucking texted me a while ago. He hears me over there where he's at. And I don't even hear no skip.
I don't hear no skip right now either, but my antenna ain't all that great.
I ain't hearing nothing.
Apparently I'm getting out to Tennessee right now. I don't know how, but it's like the old boat hears me over there. I don't know about right now, but he was hearing me and hearing that VFO shit. I don't know, I don't get it.
Hey, Mother Nature works one way sometimes, not both.
That sun just came over the hill back there. No, one of them turned off, the one's coming his way.
Only heard one crybaby. He just cried a little bit, a little squirt, and then disappeared. Damn. I finally heard 394 out there, barely. Dude, you need to get your damn antenna fixed. Get it up in the air. We better do it, 'cause I haven't been hearing you. I ain't been able to hear you in quite a while till now. It's real quiet.
Yeah, I heard 394.
Just barely. Yeah, we'll get that damn antenna up in the air over it.
Where's he at, Snake?
It's fucking block and a half from dipshit over there. He's right down the street from old fucking retard Gary Parrish.
Yeah, I feel sorry for 394L. When that son of a bitch is acting that hell, he can't talk to nobody.
Oh, you mean Gary's got some competition now?
No. Yeah, 394's been over, but I don't know what to do. He got out pretty good there for a little while. I guess he took his antenna down or something. And Gary sits over and talks down to him and shit. Like, same old bullshit. Tries to keep him down over there, won't let him talk to nobody. Hell, if he heard him talking to us right now, he'd be on their dead can and we're keying up, talking bullshit.
Yep, playing that music and calling, ooh, north side.
Old Gary, he don't like none of them, the brothers talking to us. They don't like that shit.
But tell 394 I wave a hand, I can't hear him, but tell him I said good morning.
Morning there, snowman.
Morning.
Get that damn antenna up in there and hook that big radio up. Come on back.
Good morning, Vietnam! Because I drove down there and broke down and turned around. Okay.
Hell yeah, put that 2-pill you got over there.
When I got up to...
Yeah, something. Damn it.
Hell, I took him a brand new 2-pill.
Damn it. Hell, he got her. I took him a Cobra 29 over there, rigged up. We flip a switch, but I ain't never heard it. I haven't heard it key up. I'll know if it keys up. Just got an identifier in it.
Oh, goddamn, I'd love it if he did. It'd just fuck his ears up.
Yeah, I took her Cobra 29. One of them that T2 left over here. It was just basic, didn't have nothing on it, just regular old 29. I rigged up on the first switch, the SWR switch. I don't remember the way I had it. I think all the way up it keys the radio up in the middle. You can receive. I think all the way down and you can talk on it normal with the mic.
It's better to get
It's got a VFO wind up in it. But I've never heard it key up, not one time. Except for when I keyed it up.
Oh, man.
know one thing, I need to start me a GoFundMe page. Hell, maybe I can get $1 million or a billionaire or millionaire, whatever it is.
Hell yeah. Shit, I think that's what we all want to do. GoFundMe page, radio operators GoFundMe page.
They said a 53-year-old Soviet spacecraft will plummet back to Earth this week. Well, the week's almost up. When's that gonna happen?
I'll be back. I gotta go take care of something right quick.
Sometime between today and the 12th. And they still don't know where it's gonna come in at. Damn it. And they ain't for sure if it's gonna stay in one piece or bust out in a bunch of different pieces.
Is it still showing to be down there in Texas or wherever?
What?
Is it still down there in Texas?
I don't know where it's at. It's a Soviet spacecraft's been flying around in space for 50-something years.
Oh, I thought you was talking about that deal you ordered.
No, that's some kind of... It was, what the hell? Cosmos 482 says it's been trapped in Earth's orbit for 53 years.
PDF? Oh, hell.
They don't know where it's coming back in or nothing. I don't know. But they know in between 4 days.
Coming right at us.
I don't know. Hell, all this shit flying around up here. Said they launched it in 1972.
Yeah, it's just a little bit before my time, about a year.
And what's fucked up, these pictures that they're showing of it, they're all blurry and all this bullshit. I don't know who the hell they're trying to bullshit with this crap. They take pictures of some galaxy far, far away. Look at this. But something that's in our atmosphere and real close to, oh, it's blurry. We can't focus on it. It's too far away.
It'll be here within the next 4 days.
was right behind you pulling over. What'd you get back on the freeway for? I was right behind you pulling over. What'd you get back on the freeway?
I was pulling over.
Was too, and then you got back on.
Freeway Queens.
Oh, hell, Fat Albert lost his fucking mind.
Hey. What the hell did Fat Albert do?
He's one of them fucking Democrat retards.
We're not Tom Cruise. We're not fucking cops. We don't know the future. You can't punish somebody for what they might do or what people who look like them do.
He's a racist son of a bitch.
You just didn't see it. I had it on. And you speed it up.
Speed it up. This is 55 on the fucking construction, stupid ass. Just the minute you drive like shit, that's all you do. That's a simple fact.
Thank you. Thank you for noticing.
He's crying about the illegals. I don't care if they're illegal or not, blah, blah, blah.
No doubt about it.
He said if he gets murdered by an illegal immigrant, tell his kids that he didn't care if they were undocumented.
Damn it.
I know you've seen that motherfucker, that Fat Albert looking motherfucker with the white afro, that black dude, racist son of a bitch.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. He's crying again.
That motherfucker, I think, is paid to cry.
Looks like old Eddie Murphy at Orbit or whatever, Moby or Obid, whatever that fucking movie was. Morbid or whatever it was.
Huh. You mean the Fat Albert shit?
Yeah, it's a damn Eddie Murphy shit called Morbid or something, where he had the fat suit on.
I know that was Fat Albert or whatever the fuck it was. I can't remember. It's like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing.
I think it's called Morbid or some shit.
Yeah, but it was kind of like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. One minute he's skinny, nice-looking playboy. Next minute he's a bloated-out dude. Cornbread.
The Utah bans and fag flags. So the city council goes around, and I think it said the city council. It says Salt Lake City approves 3 new flags to get around Utah's ban on pride flags.
I just seen this man, this dude goes, calls into work, I ain't gonna make it in today. Boss goes, why? He goes, well, my age is very seldom I feel this good, so I'm not gonna waste this fucking beautiful day showing up there to work. I was like, damn, this dude's about my age. It's fucking hilarious. These people shot this turkey. Big old Tom, and this other Tom comes up there and like, what happened to my buddy? He keeps circling around him all spread out with his tail feathers. They'll run him off and then go try to take the pictures, and the fucking bird comes back. He's like, what happened to my buddy? Hey, come on, Earl, get up. Come on, let's go. It's the little limbs they put with it. Share it over to you. Fuck, damn Facebook acting up. Fuck it, they don't want to do it. It's acting stupid.
Facebook.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
It says it's out for delivery today.
Hell yeah. I fucked around on one website. I went out to their store, this place called Shoe Depot in Midwest City. Said they had all these extra wide sizes and shit. Well, we don't carry them in the store. You'll have to order them online. So I went over onto their online website and I fucking ordered 2 pairs for less than $70. A pair of lugs and then a pair of, I think they were Pumas. I gotta go back and look now.
And I bought some of them lugs here a while back for like $20. But they wasn't very comfortable. Them lugs were on Amazon for like 20-something bucks, $25 or something like that.
Yeah, but they don't have the damn double E width. That's the problem I go through.
Damn it. I'm going to have to clean out a spot on my countertop out there. I have to figure out where to put all that radio shit.
Right. Oh, their lugs crossover to size 10 double E width, $34.98, and then my Fila's that are double E wide width, size 10, white and black with a tan stripe, or white and tan with a black stripe on them. They were like $30. I told him this, I said, well, I'll find out which one I like, send the other back. She was, fuck, if they both fit you good, fucking keep them. I said, all right. It's a bitch going through trying to find goddamn extra wide shit like that. It just, a lot of it don't exist. Got some big old hooves, some of them Clydesdale hooves. Now, it's easier if I wore a size 12. I could find double E everywhere, but shit, man, fucking 10s, no. And I told him, I said, well, y'all motherfuckers got all these 12 E's in here, man, 12 double E's on these brands, but you don't carry the 10s, you know. I'm like, well, that's a little bit prejudice, isn't it? That black lady looked at me all fucked up.
Well, they don't use the word prejudice. They use racist. If you would have said that's racist, she would have understood that.
Well, it wasn't racist, it was prejudice, and they just don't want to carry them.
Well, then people would say that was racist because they don't carry the shoes that they wear.
Yeah, well, their terminology is racist for anything that don't agree with them. find out last night. I got another friend. You know, she was in the hospital. They found out cancer relapsed on her, but it was so bad that they sent her home yesterday with hospice. They don't expect her to make it till Sunday. And hell, her ex-husband, a buddy of mine I grew up with, one of the guys, hell, he just passed here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Probably another one of them things, that time of the year where everybody starts dying.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah, her ex-old man, father of all of her kids, old Chuck Johnson, hell, he died 2 weeks ago, but he'd been in bad health for about 3 or 4 years. He let his diabetes get out of control, caused him to lose his leg, and didn't want to take care of himself, and just started rotting away and shit, and his daughters were pissed off, and somebody I knew was blaming his kids. I'm like, you can't blame the fucking kids when the motherfucker don't want to take care of himself and won't. It's going to happen. When he won't quit drinking, won't quit doping, it's going to eventually take him out. And it did. You know, they brought him from Shawnee to here. He was on life support, just a breathing machine, making his chest move. So they had to make the decision to pull the plug on him, and I'm like, why in the fuck did they even have him on the plug if he was already gone? I'm sorry, call me insensitive, but I find that stuff bullshit. If a motherfucker's gone, let him be gone. Don't try to satisfy yourself just to see their chest move with a breathing machine. I just find it hog shit. Or make somebody suffer just so you can have them for another 2 or 3 days. No. If they're ready to go and they're going to go, let them go. Because to me, a person suffering for your own satisfaction is bullshit. That's what I said, and I agree with it. Cornbread.
This shit's fucked up, man. These mothers talking about on that OnlyFans crap. These women are using these filters to make them look like they got Down syndrome.
Damn, that's fucked up, just to get money.
Yeah.
Goddamn, don't breathe that too loud. We'll know some motherfuckers over on the deep south side that'll try that. You know who I'm talking about.
I don't ever go look at none of their shit. And they fucking... I don't... What the hell was it? One of them... It might have been that fake book shit. I guess they looked on somebody's friends list or something. Didn't seen it. And they're all like, subscribe, whatever.
Hell, I pulled them all off my Facebook. I got tired of all that bullshit. Always trying to mooch something or flashing all that big money shit around, but then try to get a hold of your private message to mooch something from you. I'm like, I just wanted to ask the man, go fuck off, and I deleted them off my Facebook.
Yeah, motherfuckers ate the fuck up. I can't believe they ain't been busted by the authorities yet for scamming motherfuckers online.
It'll end up happening. Karma. It might take 2 weeks, might take 2 years, but karma will come back and get you.
especially when she got on there. They was going to some fucking deal on that TikTok crap. They had some kind of meeting or get together or some shit that was over in Tennessee. And they was online, dude, scamming motherfuckers, saying all kinds of shit just to get donations and, oh, my mommy's never been out of the state and all this stuff. And that shit was fucking funny as hell, because my kids got on there and started posting pictures of their mommy with my old lady in Missouri and St. Louis and all that when they went up there to my old lady's sister's house. And they was like, what's this?
Yep, I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah, they always tried to ignore all that crap. And, like, you fucking idiots. I think they still get on there and say shit to them. They still watch what they're doing on there scamming everybody.
Yep. Yeah, Line the X was talking last night through chat, man, about all these people we knew from our younger days that are just starting to drop off like flies again. It's like, God damn, it's getting crazy. There's a lot of the old crowd that we more or less was when we were real young, before the babies, and when the babies were babies. Shit, we're maybe 2 of the last 3 that's left, out of about 10 of us.
Hell yeah. You gotta watch old James O'Keefe, see if he comes up dead, apparent suicide. Cause he been dropping a lot of stuff here lately about Epstein and all these so-called politicians and all this stuff.
Oh yeah.
I was watching some of it last night. I don't know who he was. Something about he was with the Queen and the royal family or whatever. He was like raised somebody's kids and over there, the Duchess of York. He was like right there with them all the time. He's in fucking papers and covers of magazines, all kind of shit. That motherfucker comes straight out that Prince Andrew was banging underage girls.
Damn.
They're in a bar or some shit, or a restaurant, some crap, and they get that undercover video shit rolling.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that chick that, one of them survivor chicks that was over there, she started talking, and all of a sudden, oh, she died from suicide. She done said she wasn't suicidal. They said, oh, Hillary killed her, dumbass.
Sounds like it.
Every time somebody opens their mouth about the Clintons or any of that shit, they wind up either suicide or, the worst case, self-inflicted suicide. The motherfucker shot himself in the back 5 times.
Yeah, or shot himself in the back of the head point blank. But multiple times.
He was using that curved barrel.
Uh-huh.
it is quiet out here.
Oh, cool. Them shoes are coming UPS. I just got the deal that they shipped them.
Hello, are you? Hello, are you?
Well, hello, radio. Good morning.
Hey, you don't know me good enough to call me stupid. At least talk to me a while before you call me stupid.
Don't have to know you. You open your mouth and you prove it to everybody, stupid.
Shut up out there, jackass. Get on down that bucket service road.
You just stupid. Stupid.
Yeah, I'll show you stupid and get on over here a little closer, motherfucker.
Audio.
Worthless piece of shit, too.
Hey, Don, I see you got you one. We got us a stupid one coming through town.
Oh no, we got a whole lot of stupid coming through town.
Hello.
Better look out, he'll come by there and try to talk you to death. Then you don't do nothing else.
Ain't no doubt about it on this coffee joint.
Hell yeah.
Oh, look out, I'm coming out there amongst you.
getting my morning joint rolled. Or getting it prepped to roll.